Okay. So when we talk about environmental sustainability, what do you mean by that? If I say environmental sustainability, what do you understand by that? So utilizing the environment so that the future generations also might use it. For example, now if there is no biodiversity, or we utilize everything, right? Then there is no future, right? For the future generations will not need anything for them. The same thing goes with waste. Now, if we recycle the waste, then we might save a little portion of or energy. Getting my point. So that is what we are talking about in environmental sustainability. So here we are talking about data analysis. So what do you mean by data analysis? So it was like from where do we get data? What is data? Sorry? Okay. So it can be both numerical and non-numerical, right? So it can be either non-numerical in terms of text, like your gender, address, right, name and all. Numerical, phone numbers, all numerical values. So if I have to analyze such data, I need to have few tools, right? So why do we need to analyze some data? So those conclusions, what do we need for? Why do you need conclusions? Why do you need to analyze particular data? Sorry? To get some information. So why do we need that information? What for? Now, for example, now if we are talking about this workshop, the main concentration is on sustainability. Now, if I take waste generation, why should we take data of waste generated in India also and so place? Why do we need that data set? What is the use of it? Why should we know how much waste is getting generated? To reduce? To reduce the waste. And then in a better way. So you recycle it. If the waste that is generated, you're going to divide that waste into different types. So whichever waste you can recycle it, you're going to recycle it, and then so you're going to preserve what you're going to save your earth from different things. You're going to recycle it. So okay. Now basic analysis comes from your Excel sheet, right? Now, if I have a list of students from your section, I got the internal marks. Now, if I have to find out the average of them, what will you do? Sum of the marks and divided by the number of subjects. So, if I have to find out the average of the class, the same thing, right? Complete marks or complete average of the students divided by the number of students. So that is simple analysis. Now you have to do analysis of a subject in a university. So there will be number of students, right? Now you have to do the same analysis for the whole state or for the whole country. So analysis becomes tougher when you're using Excel. So then comes Python. So if you're going to use Python, you will have to import few libraries which will help you in solving such data analysis problems. Now, why are we doing this analysis? Is you're going to get like if you're taking the example of your class, you're going to get who scored highest marks and what is the target that you're going to set for the next semester. right? That is also a part of sustainability. Now, for this semester, if you score 90, your target will be 95 next semester. So that analysis can be done with data analytics in Python. Right? So if you take this table, you have 6 students with some marks. Who scored highest? B. Now you have to find out the mean of the values. Sum of the marks divided by the number of students. Right? Now, if I say mean is being, excuse me, least scored is F, right? 30. Now, if I calculate the mean, it will be lesser value, right? Because all these values, they are above a particular level and this 30 is lesser than that. Because of this student, the mean of this class gets down, correct? So in terms of Python, you can call them as outliers. Here. Now what is the mean? What is the highest value first? Yeah, okay. Anything wrong with the data? Anything wrong with the data here? Huh? Duplicate values. Also? Missing values. So if that is the case, what will you do? You only have 6, so you'll remove them, right? What? Yes, sir. So you only have 6 values, you can remove the duplicates and you can remove the missing values easily. Now if it is for university, it happens. What will you do? You can do that in Excel, right? So by using pandas in Python, you can remove those duplicate values and non-missing values immediately within a single statement. So you have inbuilt function Python where within a single word you can remove those duplicate values and the missing values. Okay. Yeah. So the steps involving key data analytics is what? The first step is to collect the data. From where do you collect data? Sorry? Hmm? Kaggle, right. Also, even in Kaggle, if someone has to upload the data, he has to get data from somewhere, right? What will we do? CSV files is a file type to store data. How will you fill that Excel? Simple, no? By conducting surveys, you're going to meet people or meet special departments in the government so that they give you some data. Those data is also collected by surveys only, right? So once you collect data, you're going to clean the data. What do you mean by cleaning? The same as we discussed. Removing the duplicate values and the missing values. So if there are missing values, that is 0, right? Then your mean drops down. If you have a value with 0, and if you have n number of values with 0, your mean value gets down. So that whatever policies you make, that will not be efficient, right? what do you mean by analyzing? Now, if I take my KPI, key performance index as your subject value, some subject English. So for this semester, if you get a mean of 90%, the next semester also it is 92. So there I'll draw a trend, that is a line. It's basically a line which connects these KPI values. So for this 22, 23, this English has so and so mean, then 23, 24. So in such case, you will get a graph, right? So the faculty will be able to understand what is happening with the teaching, right? If there is anything wrong with the teaching or with the students, they'll be able to grasp what is wrong, and then new policies can be made. So the same thing can be done with the government as well. Right? Then visualizing. Visualizing is what? Graphs, right? Drawing graphs. Then once you draw graphs and do analysis, you can conclude what is wrong, and then you can make new policies. So these are the 5 types of data analysis. One is descriptive analytics. So what happened? Descriptive analysis is you cannot tell what is going to happen. This is all about what happened, history. So whatever data you collect is all historical values. Completely finished business, right? So in descriptive analysis, you're going to take data which is numerical, and then you're going to perform mean, median, standard deviation, and all. So then diagnostic analysis. So why did it happen? Something happened. Why did it happen? That analytics is done by diagnostic analysis. Then you have predictive analytics. That is what will happen. This you can predict. Now, if you have some data, if you do analysis, you will get a trend, right? So this happens. The next point, the next KPI can be predicted by ourselves. So this is going to happen. Maybe this year the score might reach 95, right? That can be done using predictive analytics. Here we use machine learning, right? Prescriptive analytics. Once all this is done, what should we do next to prevent all this? Then recent one is augmented analytics. This will use AI. So these are the tools. Excel and Google Sheets you already know. SQL, Power BI and Tableau. So we are going to discuss about Python, Pandas and NumPy. Right. Can you open your systems? Laptops. Okay. What do you know about Pandas? Huh? Which year are you from? Sorry. So you finished Pandas in this, no? Then no answers. You finished, have you finished? Third year you finished. Okay, so what is Pandas? Python library. Python library. So you have Python, right? You finished Python. Okay. So in Python you have inbuilt libraries. So one such library is Pandas. So this Pandas is used to do data analytics. So how will you do analysis using Pandas? So, you all remember arrays, right? So, what is an array? Collection of data. What data? Homogeneous data. So, if you apply the same in Python, it is NumPy. So, homogeneous data, if you collect that NumPy library will allow you to group your homogeneous data. If I come to pandas, you can create both rows and columns. Only if I need only rows, then it is called a series. The same as your string. String handles what? String is also an array, right? Correct? No? Okay, so string handles what? What heterogeneous data, right? Handles both numericals as well as uh, characters. So the same thing applies to pandas. You have two types of uh, what tables. One is series and the other is data frame. So if you consider a series is what only single row elements. So the same as your array, but with heterogeneous objects in it. If I consider a data frame, you have a rows and columns, same like a table. So whatever data set we have seen earlier, you'll have a row and the column, right? So if we are discussing about the table, then you're going to use a data frame. Only a single row, then you're going to create a series. Okay. Right. Okay. Now in this example, I've imported pandas. So instead of writing pandas again and again, I'm taking the shortcut as PD. So I'm importing a library called pandas into my distributor file, then workspace. Now I'm importing matplotlib. So this is what for visualization. So visualization is creating graphs and all, right? So for that, I've imported matplotlib. So these two will help me in data analysis, right? So this pandas will help me in creating data. So if you have a data already with you, data set, you're going to bring that file into your workspace. So if you have a CSV, you're going to write pd dot read CSV and you're going to give the path where you have your data set. Right now here I'm giving data on from my side. So I'm going to create a dictionary with month and the energy spent. Right now you have two columns, right? One is for month and the other is for energy usage. So with this, I have to do analysis. So what analysis can you get from this data? I've taken some data of month and data energy usage. What are you going to get? What is the output of that? If you want to analyze something from that particular data, what will you get? Louder. Huh? Why have I taken this for analysis? What is the output of my analysis now? Huh? Hmm. So what is the output? What you gain? You're going to drop graph. So what is the result of that? You're going to look at the graph, no? So what will you understand? What is the conclusion? How? So what is the maximum usage in which month they had maximum energy usage, which month they had less usage? What is the mean value of that? What do you mean by standard deviation? Hmm? Standard deviation. So if I find out standard deviation, what do you get? If I find out the standard deviation of some data, what is the output? What do you gain from that? Okay, now I have this data with me. Now using pandas, if I have to create this into a table, now this is in a dictionary, right? So this data is in a dictionary form. Now if I have to create this into a tabular form, so I use pd.data frame. So this data frame, pd.data frame will convert this dictionary into a table. So you can say two-dimensional array, right? Now, after this, you try to print. So this is your table from the data. Now, if I have to find out the average energy of what? Of this, right? Energy usage. So here, select what column you want, the average should be calculated, and then not mean. Now, if I have to use this mean, do I need to use number? So when do I need to use number? Number is used hmm? to remove missing values. Number is used for what? Third, yes. Working with arrays. And hmm? Okay, so dot mean will give you what? The mean value. So you can print the average energy across that particular data. Now, if I consider this as one index, key performance index, I can have many more, right? So if I try to plot across the graph, the line that is connecting all those graphs is called a trend. So for this particular data, that is the trend. Now, observing all these points from Jan to June, you can say the usage might increase or not increase because we do not know. Predictive analysis is what does this, right? If this at June, if this is at highest, then it will predict that in July it might go much higher than June. But descriptive analysis will not give you the future value. So this is what it is. So we will say this is the trend. So looking at this line, we can say the energy usage has been increased. That's it, full stop. If it had been predictive analysis, then we would have predicted, okay, in the next month, it might rise or it might fall. Right? So how to draw this? This is using matplotlib, right? So we have taken PLD as a short form for matplotlib. PLD.plot. What should I plot? Plot of, if you have these two, one for x-axis and the other one for y-axis. I have taken df of month and this marker is what? This point. If you put a star here instead of O, you're going to get a star here in place of the dot. Right? Then now x PLB dot x label. X label is what? Label is the x-axis. So for x-axis I have taken month. The same thing goes for y-axis. Y label. So on y-axis, what name you require, you write that. Then the title. PLD dot title is the title of the graph that you are going to create. PLD dot grid true. If you want these grid lines to be seen, then you are going to put it as true. Else, there is no need to use PLD dot grid. So when we are doing this descriptive statistics, it is essential to use grid so that you can find out the points, right? Then PLD dot show will give you this is like a print statement. So it will give you the graph. So you don't have laptops. Okay. So look at this data. Able to look at? Is it visible? Yeah. By observing this data set, what do you understand? Data? What type of data is being collected in this? Waste, right? How much waste has been generated per day and how much of it is being recycled, right? So this data set is taken from like India. So by selecting a particular city, you can check which type of waste it is, how much of it is generated daily, and how much of that waste is being recycled, and how much is the population. So by observing all these, government can take certain policies or make policies, right? Can take certain strategies to reduce that waste generation, or strategies can be made to improve the recycling generation, right? Now the first line, if you observe, we have imported pandas as PD, then NumPy as NP, and matplotlib for plotting the graphs for data visualization. Now the first step comes where you have to load the data set. In the previous example, we have created the data set by ourselves, right? We have taken one dictionary and we have created rows and columns inside it. And then we converted that dictionary into a data frame with rows and columns, correct? Using data frame, pd.data frame. Now, if I have to load the data set from the system, there are two ways. First, you're going to define that path. How will you define the path? You're going to go to the data set, copy the path, then paste in here. So inside pd.read.csv, read CSV is used for reading the CSV files. So inside pd.read.csv, you're going to send in that particular object, CSV path. So that object contains the path of the data set. Getting my point? Any doubts here? Please answer. Any doubts? You did not understand anything? I want you to answer. You? Yes. No. He knows his name. Please, I want you to answer. What did you understand till now? What did you understand till now? Hmm? Either? Library. Which library? Hmm? Which library? Energy library. Okay. What did you understand till now? What did you understand? You understood nothing. How many of you understood at least 50% of what we discussed? So 50% is this, 100% is complete lifting your hand, right? Nobody understood even 50% of it. No. You're not able to understand the sentence also? No. But what did you understand? You understood nothing. From beginning. Nothing. What is sustainability? What is data? You did not understand, you did not listen. You did not listen. You did not understand, you did not listen. You did not listen or did not understand. So what did you listen and what did you not understand? And then how can you say that? You, what did you understand? Nothing. Okay, so what is sustainability? Huh? So resources that you have now, you're going to waste those resources. Those resources will not be available for the future generations. So that is what is sustainability. So if you talk about environmental sustainability, your college is one of the colleges which is following sustainability, right? You have planted many number of trees. That is what it is famous for, right? No? Yes. So you should be the ones who should be knowing what is sustainability. What is data? Okay, raw facts. What is raw facts? Yes. What is data? Raw facts. What? What is it? You have phone book in your mobile, right? But is that data or not? So now what is data? Phone. Data. You. What is data? Collection of information. So what do you use data for? You have been discussing about data from 3 days, right? Second years? Third years? Second years. So what is data? You don't know data? Huh? I'm not talking about technical words. I'm talking just about data. Huh? It is collection of data. Okay, collection of information. So what do you do with data? What is your faculty doing with your marks? All your marks is data, right? What are they analyzing? What is the output that they're getting? Hmm? Conclusions from the data. What is the conclusion from the data? Your faculty has collected your marks. Okay, thank you. Can you explain what you have discussed till now? What you have discussed, not me. So your faculty has collected your marks data. That is data, right? Your marks, your name. So and so Manasa, 10 marks. Mrudula, 20 marks. So all this is data, right? That is in the form of a table. Now that if you consider that particular table, with that table, what is your faculty doing? It is analyzing, right? They are analyzing. What are they analyzing? They are analyzing your performance. So what will they do with that? Yes, analyzing the performance, right? They analyzed, finished. Now, what is that? What is that they get from that? What are they gaining from that? Yes, please answer. Whoever is talking are going to explain. What are they analyzing and why are they analyzing? What are they getting from that? You understand that everything is easy, data analysis. Once they get your analysis, they're going to put particular targets to you. They're going to give targets to you. Also, they're going to set targets for themselves, right? For the next semester, how much amount of effort they have to put to increase your the students' performance, right? So, if they are going to analyze that, they have to find out the average of a particular student. They have to find out the average of a particular class. Then the subject. So, if you keep on increasing, the data set will become large enough, right? You cannot solve that particular data analysis in a single sheet. Like we have seen Excel or Google Sheets. So if you have large amount of data, if you are discussing about a university or a state level subject average, but you cannot do that in a single sheet. Right? Number of Manasas will be there, number of Mudras will be there, right? But you cannot consider them as duplicate values. Why? Identity is different. So how will you tell it the identity is different? So all that data has to be collected. Only then you can analyze it properly. If I take two people with the same name and perform analysis, your analysis might go wrong. When you do not clearly explain what person is that. Now if you mention the surname, then you can say those two people are different. Otherwise, Manasa and Manasa both will be same. So duplicate values will be removed. If it is in Python, you will remove. If it is in Excel sheet, what will you do? You have thousands of rows. You have to keep searching for one single name and then keep deleting them. Right. So for that, we are using pandas. We are using Python. Python is what basically? Hmm? Sorry? Inbuilt library. Python is inbuilt library. Python is what? What is Python? Programming language. So, yes, you all want to explain? Huh. So, what is Python? Programming language. So why are you using Python now for solving data analytics? Why are you using Python to solve data analytics? It, it has inbuilt libraries. So Python has inbuilt libraries to perform data analytics, right? Hello. Listen, take 20 minutes break, okay? Come with your laptops. Please grab break. ఈ barriers కూడా ఎట్లా వస్తారు laptops పెట్టి. వాళ్ళ ఆస్తి లేకుండా నేను ల్యాప్టాప్ లేకుండా ప్రోగ్రామ్ మాధవి 11:20 అర్థం కాదు 11:20 చెప్పాను నేను ఏమన్నా డౌటే అలా నేను గ్రూప్ లో మెసేజ్ పెడతాను సిఎస్సి అట్లా తీసుకున్నాను కదా Nitin Dada, already 11:22. We are late.
పంపిస్తుంది వాళ్ళకి రోజు ఎస్ఎస్జి డే మాకు ఎస్ఎస్జి డే అని ఉంటున్నాను క్లాసెస్ సో వాళ్ళు కూడా మాకు ఇది డిఫరెంట్ పెట్టా
Okay. Fine. Join you. Come to the front. Quick, please. Join them there. All are second years, right? Okay, let's have a quick overview of Python first. Basics. Then we will do analysis. Okay. So how do you define a variable? How do you define a variable? You want a variable to have some numerical value. So how will you do that? Initializing it. So how will you do that? Just you're going to write the name of the object and assign it with some value. If it is a float, you're going to mention it as float or no. What is float value? What is float value? Decimal values. So, are you going to mention it as float or no in Python? No. So, in Python, no need to mention the data type. Python will understand which type of data you're talking about. Right? Now, here if you see, we have given the variable name and assigned some value to it. We are going to use a print statement and print the number. Even if you do not use this print, Python will print the value, right? If you mention the variable name as standalone, Python will print the value. This is basics. Understood? Creation of variable. And what are the different types of data types you have in Python? These are common, right? Numbers, string. List is what? List of elements. String, list. List is also collection, like string only, right? Then tuple. List, tuple, set, and dictionary. These four are also the same, but functionalities of these four are different. So if I consider the dictionary, you'll have key and a value. So that for easiest example is what your phone book, right? Name will be the key value and the phone number will be the value. Now let us come to pandas. pandas is used for what? Data analysis. What is data? Collection of some information. So analyzing the data is what? To draw conclusions from the data so that it can be useful for the future. If you are talking about sustainability, we are going to use this data to create or to make a few strategies or policies so that they are useful for the future generations. Right now, to start with pandas, I first have to import that pandas into my notebook. So import pandas as PD. Then NumPy is also like pandas used for data analysis but for mathematical calculations. Now if you have any mathematical calculations inside your notebook, then you are going to use NumPy. Then Matplotlib is used for data visualization. Now first let us talk about pandas first. Now here I have a sample data set where this data set is in the form of a dictionary, right? You have a key and you have a value. These values are in the form of list, right? Now this complete dictionary I have to convert it into a table so that pandas can do some analysis. Now I am converting this data into a data frame. Data frame is two-dimensional table, right? So you will have rows and columns. Now I am converting this city, population million, average income, literacy rate into columns, and all these values I am going to insert them as rows. So PD dot data frame of what? I have to create a data frame of this data. Right? So this table is created with that. Now once you're using pandas, many functions are already inbuilt inside the library. So if you simply type this df underscore city is what? Your data frame. This data frame consists of cities and so on for values. So this df dot underscore city dot info. This info will give you how many number of rows are there, how many number of columns are there inside the data frame. Then inside each column, how many rows are there, how many values are there, so and so. That information is given by info, this function info, right? So the same thing if you are talking about descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics is what? Finding out the mean, finding out the median, standard deviation, outlier detection and all. So if I say outliers, what do you understand by that? Outliers. So they're completely far away from what you are doing. If I consider if I consider 5 students with above 90 marks, and if I am in that particular data analysis, I'm considering a new student with 2 marks. So what will happen with the mean? Mean drops off significantly, right? So that particular student is an outlier here. He is not anywhere around the mean value of these 5 students. He is not anywhere near the values of these students. He is completely far away from the value. You can consider the highest value also. Even if these 5 students are with 80 marks, the outlier student has 200 marks. He is not anywhere near around this values, right? So these points are called outliers. Sometimes these outliers appear in your data sets. So what do you mean, like, what will you do with these outliers? For example, now if I am talking about waste generation. So every day in Hyderabad, so and so tons of kgs of waste is being generated. This is what is the data that I have. Now if I say there is an outlier present in that data, that means if per day if it is 2.5 kg, the outlier value might be 0.5 or it might be 10 also, right? Now if it is 10, then the government will be able to understand that at this particular day there might have been tourists coming from different places, or there might be some festivals, right? Only then your wastage is increased, right, per day. sudden shift sudden shift of increase or decrease in a value, that value is called an outlier. So that outlier detection is done to check if at particular day if there is any event going on. So that is not being included in the mean calculation. Because if that value is included, then whatever new strategies they are going to do, that they will not be effective, right? So those are called outliers. So all these come under descriptive statistics. So if I use the df underscore city is what your data set that you have. So df underscore city dot this describe function will give you all the descriptive statistics. If you use this simple code, you are going to get all the mean values, median and all. Now df describe will give you what? Count, the mean value, standard deviation. Standard deviation is what? Around the mean, how much the values are getting deviated from the area of mean. So there is minimum value, maximum value. These three are what? Percentiles. This 50% is what? Median. Median is what? You have 10 values. The middle value is the median, right? So 50%, 25% quartile and 75% quartile is what? About 75% of values will be below 25% of values. So that particular range. That particular range is called IQR, interquartile range. So from 25 to 75, the quartile is called interquartile range. If you find out the interquartile range, you can find out the outliers. Now in describe function, if you use describe function, you're going to get all these values, but you're not going to get the outlier values, the lower bound and the upper bound. So for that, you have to calculate the IQR. Then from IQR, you can get lower bound and upper bound. So why are we finding out those outliers? If there is any change in mean, so once you see the data, you can analyze this will be the amount of base generated per month. That average value you will be able to analyze. If there is any significant change in that, then you will understand that there is an outlier. Some value or some day there was an event or something, so that the waste has been increased. So that particular outlier you have to find out. You have to know what is the range between 25 to 75%, that is IQR. Then from IQR you can calculate the outliers. So in simple terms, you want, if you leave outliers, descriptive statistics is what? To find out this. So you're not going to calculate anything on paper, you are just going to use dot describe. That describe will give you all the descriptive statistics. Now the next thing is you can also check missing values. Once the data set is uploaded, you can also check whether there are any missing values. So is null. Is null is what? If there is any blank space, NaN. So it will give you the sum of the values. How many entries have null values? Now this is the same like previous one, but here we have used a bar graph. So X label, Y label, title, all these are same as previous one. You're going to draw the bar graph. Now bar graph can be drawn using this x-axis as city and y-axis as the average income. Understood now? You want me to repeat it? Understood or not? Or else I'll repeat it. Understood? Done? So now data cleaning and reprocessing. This should be done once you load the data set into your notebook. So the first step would be loading the data set. Once you load the data set into your notebook or your workspace, you're going to clean the data. Cleaning is nothing but removing the duplicate items, whatever missing values. So handling missing values is of two types. One thing is if you don't have any purpose of those missing values, you can remove them. But you can completely remove that entry. Second option is you can replace that particular missing value with a mean value. Okay. So if you see this data frame, this has student marks and attendance. Now student B has a missing value in marks and C has a missing value in attendance. So in such cases, you can replace, you cannot remove the student, right? So in such cases, you can replace it with a mean value, grace marks. So mean value of the class, calculate that and replace the empty value with that mean value. So here we have taken this data as a dictionary, right? So same concept if you want to replace or rename the column. In the data frame, you are going to use dot rename function to rename a particular column. Now, descriptive statistics can be done in two ways. One is only the numerical data. If you want to class, but if you want to calculate for this particular class, that could be calculated. They will respond without data. And what we affect the ability to if you identify the quantification of this is happening in the Okay. Now here we have taken recycling data. So you have year, state, and the recycling rate. I mean, you know, now with this data, I have created a data frame quality or relevance. So something that related to the very good. So I have created a data frame here. Let's say I have created a data frame here. So it has here state and recycling rate. Now with this data, I have to find out KPI. KPIs is what? With this data, I have to find out performance indicators there. Those will tell what is happening in the data. That will give you the trend line. Now if I consider here, so you have two entries for same year, right? So now without this state value, irrespective of the state, I want to find out the recycling rate per year, irrespective of the state. So I'll take this data frame and use group by. Group by is used to what? Used to group items with the same index or same object value. Now if I have taken here, so this complete column will be grouped up using with the same value. So I have 2020, 2021, 2022 with two entries. So all this will be converted into three entries, right? So once this group by is done, recycling rate is there, then I'm going to find out mean. This sort index is used to sort those values in the ascending order. Now I have 20, 20, 21 and 22. They are already in ascending order. If they were in juggling manner, then you can use sort index to sort those values year wise. Now based on the year, I asked to find out the mean. So that will be one KPI for me. That is average recycling rate by year. According to the year, I am finding out the average rate. You can do one more thing. You can take the state, right? You can take Delhi. You have three entries, right? And you can find out The second one we have recycle group by state. So here we have taken states as common. So there will be no consideration of years. In the previous one we have taken year into consideration, leaving out the state. Now we are taking state into consideration and leaving out the recycling rate. So this aggregate will give you what? Mean, max and minimum values in the data frame. So once this is done, data visualization can be done. Got it? Now if you observe this data set, you have city and waste per capita. Right? This is the data frame that I have. Now as discussed, 25% is your Q1, 75% is your Q3. So why are we using those two to find out the lower bound and the upper bound? So lower bound will be Q1 minus 1.5 into IQR. IQR value is not the range between 25% to 75%, right? So it must be Q1 minus Q3. Correct? If I have to find out the range between Q1 and Q3, Q1 minus Q3 will be the IQR. Interquartile range. So once I find out IQR, I can find out the lower and upper bounds. So outliers, where are the outliers now? That waste per capita. If it is less than the lower bound or greater than the upper bound, then you can say that is the outlier. Getting my point? When we say it as an outlier, it is outside the box, right? If it is outside the box. When I say it is outside the box, I take 25 to 75%. I find out in the quartile region. Then I find out lower and upper bound. So if it is less than the lower bound or greater than the upper bound, you can say that is the outlier. So based on that outlier, it will take some points. They can change or change the points. Or sometimes in data set you can check if there are any misplaced values. Instead of writing 190, they have written 90. That will also create an outlier, right? So outlier detection is very important if you are going to use a larger data set. You can see here, this is the 75th quartile and this is the 25th quartile. So inside the bounds, inside the lower and upper bound, whatever the points were placed, these are all normal points. The point is 1.2 here, D. So this is outside the lower and upper bound. So that point is an outlier. Now once you find out outliers, then we can see what is the reason behind the outlier. So if you want me to start with introduction of data sets, I will do it. Or if it is fine, okay. So open your programs. You don't have Python installed on it. Open program. And create a data set using dictionary. Both of you come here.
I wanted to buy it. You, this notepad. So the first step in creating data is what? Importing standard
as PD, right? One thing before that, you have numerous options in creating a data set from scratch. You can either create a data set using a list or a dictionary.
And that's like D-section.
Or you also can upload it from the system, right? You can create that data frame from a list, a dictionary, or you can also upload it from the CSV file that you have on the system. Now, if I take DF as my data frame, now inside this data frame, I need to send the data that I have. It can either be your file path, it can either be your dictionary or a list. Right now, I have to create a list. List 1. So now if I send this list 1 inside this data frame, so this will be my data frame now. Now if I have to use a dictionary, can be this one. If I'm using this, I have to mention the key values and keys and values. Because in list you can send the direct list inside it because it doesn't have any rows columns, right? So if you are using a dictionary, you have to mention the keys and values separately so that it will create a table. So this boldly marked ones, they are the index values. Because we have mentioned index as if. Maybe I'll change that. Right? So whatever the value that we had, we have taken that as an index. So this is a simple creation of data frame using a dictionary. So if you are using a dictionary, you are going to take key value pair, and then create a data frame. If you are taking a list, you are going to take it directly. And the third thing is you can so using read CSV. Using read CSV, you can read the CSV file on your system. So in this particular file path, I'm going to paste. So path to my file. the data file. Now, how will you copy that? You're going to go to the place where you have that CSV file, right click on it and copy as path. Copy the file as path. So that path you're going to bring it to, right? So by taking the so now when you are using a particular engine, like you're using a Jupyter notebook here. So if you are creating a Jupyter notebook in document, so your data file is also inside document. So then there is no need to send the complete path. Only mention the name of the document. Like this. Right? If the data file and your notebook are the same document or same folder, no need to mention the path. Just mention the name of the file. So these are the three ways in which you can create a data frame. Once your data frame is done, then you can use dataframe.info to get what actually you have inside the data file. So how many number of columns you have, how many number of rows you have, what are the number of entries and all. Then you can use describe function to perform the descriptive statistics. That is what is the what we are discussing now. Descriptive statistics. In descriptive statistics, you get count, mean, standard deviation, median. Median is 50%. 50% of quantile. Then you can find out 25%, 75% maximum income range. Once you find out that, you can also find out the IQR, interquartile range. After getting that, you can find out the lower bound and upper bound. From those two, you can calculate the outliers. Right? Once all this is done, you can draw different types of graphs. It can either be histogram or a bar graph. So when we are using mean and all, when we are calculating describe, dot describe, you're handling what? Numerical data. But you also have categorical data inside your data set, right? What is categorical data? Categorical data is what? Yes or no? What are the values? Like, for example, you can take city or name, what is the base, type of base. All these come under categorical data. So if you consider categorical data, you have to use group by so that your KPI values can be calculated based on the a particular group function. Like if you are going to take a city and group all the types of base inside that, and then you can find out the base generated in that city. Otherwise, if you have 10 cities and you have 10 different types of base, then select one type of base and group it. So you can find out what that particular base, how many cities are generating how much amount of base, right? So those are called KPIs. 15. 3 minutes. So the next question now coming is chat box. Doing it online, no? Just check if you are able to upload the file. How you can do in Google Colab, but it's not on. Google Colab is you add the data inside the what is it? Instead of programs, you can open Google Colab, that is free. COLAB. Once you open new website, add the data inside. Sorry. After the data.
డోర్ కనపడకుండా చూడండి. ఖాళీ అదే టోకన్ సరే ఓటోకన్ సిచ్యువేషన్ పడింది
Data per line of P is equals to PD dot P seriously of that name, file name. File name dot P. Right? First, we have to perform data analysis. First procedure is what? First step is to collect data. Right? If you have the data, you have to bring that to our workspace. So if I have to get that data set into my workspace, I need to use a Python instance library, which is Panda. So if I have pandas with me, I can perform operations on the table, right? Then if I have matplotlib, I can use it to visualize my data in the form of different types of graphs. Now, if I have to import the data from the data set, I'll use a variable which has the path to my data set. Then I'll declare a variable here which will read using pd.readcsv and read complete data set into ds. ds is what your data frame. So data frame is your 2D array with rows and columns. Now if I use head function, ds.head function, it is going to return first 5 rows or first 5 entries of your data set. You can see here. There is your complete data frame. In that data frame, you're going to get the top 5 of your entries. If I use tail instead of head, you're going to get bottom 5 of your entries. Now, if I want to get the first 10 or first 20, in this complete data set, I have, for example, 800 entries. Now, I have to get only 100 or 200 sets. So I'm going to select ds of head of first 200. So ds of head of 1. So first 200 entries are this, right? So inside the bracket, if you mention the number, those many number of entries you will be able to see. 0 to 4. Index, that is 0 to 4 is indexing. So you get the first 5 rows. Now ds dot shape. This gives you how many number of rows and how many number of columns you have in the data set. So if you want to scroll down the complete data set, can you ds dot shape? So I want you to do it simultaneously on the systems. So ds dot shape will give you what number of rows and columns. First one is number of rows, and the second one is the number of columns. Right? So the next one is ds dot info. So this info function will give you what? The column name and non-null. Non-null is what? There are no missing values. Each row is filled with some value. So if I take city or district as one column, in that particular column, 850 entries are there, which are non-null. So if I check in ds.shape, number of rows are 850 and non-null here are 850. That means there are no missing values in that particular column. So you can check that here and count. Count is what if it is null or non-null, it will tell you how many values are without any data. So this is the type of data type. Then if you use ds.describe, describe function will do what? It will give you a statistics. This is statistics. It will describe what? Statistics. So starting with counted. So how many non-null elements are there? 850 rows are there without any missing values. So this unique will give you unique values. How many unique values are there? This top will give you the first zero. Zero is the next row. Same frequency. Then mean. So mean for that standard deviation, you know standard deviation, right? Around the mean, how much it is varying, how much the value is varying. That gives you standard deviation. Then minimum and maximum values. 50% is your median. Median is not the middle value of any data. So 50% will give you the median value, 25% and 75% are quartile. So between that 25 and 75, you are going to get the IQR, interquartile range. So in that particular range, if you calculate IQR, Q1 minus Q3, you are going to get lower bound and upper bound. So if any data value present in the data set is less than the lower bound or higher than the upper bound, then you can call it as an absolute. So then DF dot head will give you the first 5, tail will give you the last 5, count we are seeing. Now, we have seen in descriptive statistics there is another concept called categorical data, right, which will contain text, right? So based on the text value, now if I take city, based on the particular city, I can group the data. So here they have selected only one category, and then in that particular category they have calculated the count. So how many times Mumbai has been repeated in your data set? How many times Agra has been repeated? So for what you get from this is, for Mumbai you have 25 entries. That is what you are going to get from them. Then the same thing, this is unique. So unique cities. 25 times Mumbai was repeated, right? So unique is the output will be given only once. So yeah, do it till here, then we'll continue with the Okay, they are considered as objects. So now next is describe. So this describe will give you the statistics. Only few. There are many, but only few you can hear. So from that you can calculate the other statistics. Describe. He has not described. So mean is what? The average of the second numerical data, right? So if I take the first column or second column, what is the second column? Third column. So base is generated tons per day. So if I calculate the mean, so it will give me the mean of the particular day, average base generated for that day. That is mean. So these none values we are getting here because they are objects. They are not numerical data, right? City and age type, these two are not numerical data. They are not going to get all these statistic values. Understood? So wherever you have objects, disposal method. So that is also an object. So you are not going to get statistics of that mean behavior mode. But so we have got the diagram done. So if I include the 10 here, I'm going to get 10 entries. First 10 entries of the database. So if I take df.sale, it gives me the last 5. If you do not mention anything, it will give you 5 entries. So even for head and tail. Even for tail, if I mention, I get the last 10 entries. So 840 to 849. Done. Now here what you already got info, right? So no need to do it again. You're putting df.info, so going to get a sound file. Even in df.describe, you got the sound file. Correct? So separately, if you don't know if you want, you can do, but not required. So in this we have what we have taken a column with object data type and made it into a category. So what we are trying to do here is I have Mumbai several times in the data set. I'm trying to group that particular Mumbai into one. So and also calculating how many times Mumbai has been repeated in the data. So you have Mumbai here, that is repeated 25 times. That is my output. So what I have done, I have taken the complete column 0 with index 0. That is your city or district column. So for the complete column, I have to include object data type. So this is also like a data frame for me. I have taken one object, and in that I'm selecting only one column of the data frame. Which column I'm selecting? I have to use this function to tell what column needs to be selected. Now I'm asking to include only the column which has object data type or category data type. So if I have any of the data types with that particular any of the columns with that particular data type, I'm asking it to make the column, add it into this list. So in this cat called list, I have included all the object data types. Which column I have chosen? 0. 0th column. 0th column is the first column of here. data set, which is the city or district. Now using that, I am printing the I'm printing the value, how many times a particular value is repeated. Why is it repeated 25? That is what is being done. So this cat call will return what? Which column you are using? Cat call of 0. So I wanted to say first one, city or district. I'm using this column to find out that. So if I run, it has one. If I select index as one, column index as one. Column index one is what base type. So this is also object data type. So this is considered. And now I have selected base type, and these are the values. So how many times in that particular data set, classic has been repeated. For whichever state it might be, whichever key it might be, classic has been repeated 170 times. So classic data is present in 170 columns. Sorry, rows. Oh. And all those functions. First line will contain all the columns containing object data type. So you have 5 object data type columns. So the first line that is listed. Now because this, so the first list will contain all the columns, 5 columns. Second line, you are choosing which column to choose. So zero next column, that will be your six.
అంటే పాత జీవులు మామూలుగా ఉంది రిపోర్ట్స్ పెట్టండి ఆ లెటర్ తీసుకోవాలి ఈ లెటర్ ఆపర్చునిటీ ఇచ్చి అదని అదని ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ దే హ్యావ్ టు పిక్ ఇట్ మీటింగ్ సెట్టింగ్ చేయాలి టుమారో Monday.
So finally,
Department difficult. And talking about the final year. Monday. Sir,
If anything, that's silence, us go to statistical functions now. So statistical functions can be done only with numerical data. So now you have to select which data? Numerical data. We are going to include entry dot number. So if the column contains a number, that column is considered. So see, if you can see df and df underscore num. So these two data frames you see, in the second data frame you have only the columns with numerical data. So once you create df underscore num data frame with numerical data, then you can perform the statistical. Okay. So here in df underscore num data frame, we are selecting only columns with numerical data. Got it? Once that is done, no need to calculate mean, correct? Because in this correct function you are getting mean value. Separate them, only to find out mean. Then you are getting maximum value, minimum value, percentage, part, right? So what is it that you are not getting median? Are you getting median in this right or not? You are getting median. Median is what? 50% to outside, correct? So you are getting 50%, but no mention of median. The word median is not mentioned in this right. But 50% is what? Median, correct? Yes or no? If you are dividing the data set into half, the half is your median. So that is done. Mod is what? Frequency. That frequency you also are getting it different. Number of times a particular letter or word is number is the same. Yes. Yes. Now you have correlation and covariance. Covariance is what? It can be like if you take two variables, how they move together? That is covariance. Now if one variable is moving in one direction, then the other variable also is moving in the same direction or in the opposite direction. So this covariance and correlation are used to find out that. Okay, if both are moving in the same direction, covariance is positive. Both are moving in the opposite direction, then it is negative. If you can consider correlation, then covariance also comes into picture. You can say correlation is equal to covariance divided by the standard deviation. Okay, that gives you a straight line, right? So correlation gives you a linear relationship. No parabolic relationship. Only straight line relationship. Linear relationship. Either it has to increase or decrease with respect to one variable. X increases, either y has to increase or decrease. That is all. And also, so correlation can be found out by using dot POR function. For mean what we use dot MEAN, right? So for correlation we are going to use dot POR. Here we have taken numerical only is equal to true. That is what correlation means. We can find out only between two variables numerical data. So we here underscore num is already numerical data set, right? So no need to use this. Simply df underscore num dot POR. That will give you the correlation. Now if you see here, base generator, right? Correlation matrix is what? Same thing. Whatever columns you have, those columns will be as their index. Now if I take these two are the same, right? Base generator and base. So that will give you one. Correlation will be one. Your variables are same. Both the variables are same. Your correlation will be one. So waste generation and heat radiation. Those two, X and Y. You calculate the radiation. It is negative. It is moving in the opposite direction. Also, it is nearer to zero, right? There is no much relation between those two. If it is zero, if it is -1, they have relation, but in the negative. That means that is increasing, this is decreasing. If it is +1, both are increasing. If you have zero, then there is no relationship between these two. That means if you for example, if you consider she has methane, she is intelligent. There is no connection between eating and intelligence, right? So such cases you get zero. So this correlation can be used to describe in visualization using hand drawing. That you call it as heat map. So heat map, in heat map, what do? You're going to plot the graph the same way as you did for the previous session, but they will show the relation between these variables in the form of colors. So the stronger the color, the stronger the relationship between the variables. Like the palette if you take, they have weaker connection between those two. So that you can draw. This is your heat map. Now all these yellows are what? Ones. Because base generated and next generated both are the same, no? So all diagonal elements will be same. Once, because both the variables are same. Now if you check darker shades, that means you have higher relation between those two variables. So same thing if you check here. Here first we are trying to find out the correlation. All these columns are same. How to draw a figure? Showing the figure size and plot title is same. PLT dot show is same. What are we trying to do? If I am going to draw a heat map, I am going to use IM show. That will tell the interpreter that we are going to draw a heat map now. Right inside the plot, what I have to choose? My value is what? This correlation value. So that value I am going to send. Then x-axis is what? The column, right? Y-axis is also the columns. X-axis and Y-axis both are same. Correct? We are checking the correlation as the find out. A, B, C, 3, 4, 9. If I have to start finding the correlation, A to B, A to C, and A to D, then I have to start with B. B to B, it is 1. Then B to A, we have already done. Then B to C, B to D. So you have to do that. My x-axis and y-axis must be same, no? Columns must be same. That is what we are doing here. So color palette we use is going to take this color. This is the palette. See, this is stronger, but in the negative direction, minus 0.2. These two have relationship, but in the negative direction. All these yellows have stronger relationship in the positive direction. So all these lighter colors, here they have positive relationship but in the positive direction. This is what is heat map. Then this we have seen, right? Just simple plotting. If I use PLP dot plot of what? This index and values. Here and this. The one that we have seen. So this will create what? A graph. This graph is what is called a triangle. So how this graph is moving, how these values are moving is what is called a trend. Now in this, to draw this, to mention all these values on the graph, we are going to use this PLP dot GCA. GCA is get current axis. So if I use GCA, that means, okay, I am talking about this particular axis. Here, before that, we have said to draw the plot, we have given x label, we have given y label, and then we have asked to draw the grid also. So your complete figure is done. Graph is done. Okay. ఆశ